Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the realm of Eldoria, a land once verdant and thriving, darkness now reigned. The skies, perpetually overcast, cast a somber pall over the withering forests and crumbling towns. This was the legacy of the Black Plague, a virulent curse born of dark magic that had swept across the kingdom like a tide of shadows, leaving death and despair in its wake. In the heart of this desolation, a glimmer of hope persisted in the form of Lyra, a young apothecary's apprentice with eyes as green as the herbs she tended. Her small village of Willowbrook, nestled in a forgotten valley, had thus far been spared the worst of the plague's ravages. Yet even here, the air hung heavy with fear and foreboding. On a fateful autumn morning, as Lyra gathered herbs in the misty forest, she stumbled upon a wounded unicorn. The creature's once lustrous coat was dull, its horn cracked and lifeless. As Lyra approached, the unicorn's eyes met hers, conveying a silent plea. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands to its flank, her innate magic flowing unbidden. To her astonishment, the unicorn's wounds began to heal, its coat regaining its pearlescent sheen. Before Lyra could process this miracle, the unicorn spoke directly into her mind. "Child of light, your blood holds the key to Eldoria's salvation. Seek the Garden of Souls, where the veil between worlds grows thin. But beware, for the Shadow King hunts you now." With these cryptic words, the unicorn vanished into the mist, leaving Lyra trembling with the weight of her newfound destiny. She barely had time to catch her breath before a bone-chilling howl echoed through the trees. The Shadow King's hunters had picked up her scent. Lyra fled through the forest, her heart pounding in sync with her footfalls. As she burst into the village square, she collided with a tall, brooding figure clad in tarnished armor. It was Thorn, the disgraced knight who had taken refuge in Willowbrook months ago, shunned by most villagers for his mysterious past. "Run, fool girl," Thorn growled, pushing her behind him as he drew his weathered sword. The tree line erupted with snarling shadow hounds, their eyes glowing with unholy fire. Thorn's blade flashed in the dim light, keeping the beasts at bay while Lyra scrambled to gather supplies from her mentor's workshop. "We need to leave now," Lyra shouted, tossing Thorn a satchel of healing herbs. "The Shadow King is after me, and I must find the Garden of Souls." Thorn's eyes widened in recognition. "Then it's true," he muttered. "The prophecy lives." Without further hesitation, he grabbed Lyra's hand, and together they raced towards the village stables. As they galloped away on a pair of swift steeds, Willowbrook erupted into chaos behind them. The shadow hounds' howls mingled with the screams of villagers, a cacophony that would haunt Lyra's dreams for nights to come. Their journey took them through lands transformed by the Black Plague. Once fertile fields lay barren, choked with thorny vines that seemed to writhe with malevolent life. Villages stood abandoned, their windows dark and accusing. At night, wisps of sickly green light danced on the horizon, marking the passage of restless spirits. As they traveled, an uneasy alliance formed between Lyra and Thorn. The young apprentice learned that the knight had once served in the Shadow King's personal guard, only to be cast out when he refused to participate in the dark ritual that unleashed the plague. Now, he saw in Lyra a chance for redemption. Their path led them to the Whispering Cliffs, where ancient runes carved into the rock face spoke of the Garden of Souls. As Lyra traced the symbols with trembling fingers, a gust of wind carried a familiar voice. "Beware the price of power, child. Not all magic comes without cost." The unicorn's warning echoed in her mind as they pressed on, venturing into the mist-weaved forest. Here, reality itself seemed to blur, with trees shifting position when no one was looking and paths leading in impossible directions. It was in this realm of illusion that they encountered Zephyr, a mischievous air spirit who spoke in riddles and led travelers astray. To find the garden fair and true, a sacrifice of self is due, Zephyr sang, swirling around them in a vortex of leaves and mist. What would you give, O maiden bright, to set your shadowed kingdom right? Lyra's response was immediate. Whatever it takes. Thorn's hand on her shoulder stayed her. Be cautious, Lyra. Such vows are binding in this realm. Zephyr's laughter tinkled like wind chimes as he disappeared, leaving behind a glowing path through the shifting woods. As they followed it, the forest grew denser, the trees more ancient. The very air hummed with latent magic. Their path eventually opened onto a vast chasm, at the center of which floated an island lush with otherworldly vegetation. Massive flowers in impossible hues bobbed gently in an unfelt breeze, while crystalline fruits glowed with inner light. This was the fabled Garden of Souls. But guarding the only bridge to this paradise was a sight that made Lyra's blood run cold. 3 ancient dragons, their scales shimmering with the essence of earth, air, and fire. Their eyes, filled with the wisdom of ages, fixed upon the travelers. Who dares seek entry to the sacred garden? The earth dragon's voice rumbled like an avalanche. Lyra stepped forward, her voice surprisingly steady. I am Lyra of Willowbrook, and I seek a cure for the black plague that ravages our land. The air dragon's eyes narrowed. And what would you offer in exchange for such knowledge, little one? Before Lyra could respond, a cold laugh echoed across the chasm. The Shadow King materialized from the darkness, his form a writhing mass of shadows barely contained in the shape of a man. She offers nothing, for she is mine to claim. Tendrils of darkness shot towards Lyra, but Thorn leapt in front of her, his sword glowing with a light that pushed back the shadows. You'll not have her, tyrant, he roared, engaging the Shadow King in a furious duel. As Thorn battled the embodiment of darkness, Lyra turned to the dragons. I offer my blood freely, she said, drawing a small knife across her palm. If it truly holds the power to heal our land, then I give it willingly. The fire dragon's eyes softened. Your courage is noted, child. But know this, to create the cure, you must become one with the garden. Your mortal form will cease to be, though your essence will live on in every bloom and leaf. Lyra's resolve wavered for a moment as she watched Thorn fighting valiantly against the Shadow King. Could she leave him to face this evil alone? But as her eyes swept over the blighted land beyond the chasm, she knew her choice was made. I accept, she whispered. The dragons bowed their heads in unison, and the bridge to the garden solidified. As Lyra stepped onto it, Thorn's anguished cry reached her ears. Lyra, no. She turned to see him, battered but still standing, the Shadow King temporarily driven back. Find me in the blooms, brave knight, she called, a sad smile on her face, and bring hope back to Eldoria. With those words, Lyra stepped into the Garden of Souls. A brilliant light engulfed her, and she felt her body dissolving, her consciousness expanding to encompass every plant, every drop of dew. The garden's magic surged through her, purifying her blood and infusing it with the power to heal the land. As Lyra's physical form faded away, a shockwave of pure, cleansing energy burst forth from the garden. It washed over Thorn and the Shadow King, over the blighted forests and plagued villages. Everywhere it touched, life returned. Trees straightened, flowers bloomed, and the sickly green mists dissipated. The Shadow King howled in agony as the light tore through his dark form, banishing him to the nether realm from whence he came. As the last of the shadows faded, Thorn fell to his knees at the edge of the chasm, tears streaming down his face. But then, carried on a warm breeze, he heard Lyra's voice. The task is not yet done, my knight. Go forth and help our people rebuild, and know that I am with you always. In every bloom and gentle rain, Thorn rose, his purpose renewed. He would be the herald of this miracle, helping to restore Eldoria to its former glory. And on quiet nights, when the moon was full and the garden's magic was strong, he would return to this place and speak to the flowers, sharing stories with the brave young woman who had sacrificed everything to save her world. As for Lyra, her consciousness drifted through the Garden of Souls, peace with her choice. She had become something greater than herself, a guardian spirit of life and healing. And as long as there was green in the world, her legacy would live on, a testament to the power of courage, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of hope. Story 2. In the realm of Eldoria, where the veil between the mortal world and the spirit realm shimmered like gossamer, stood the imposing Tower of Equilibrium. For millennia, this gleaming spire had been home to the guardians of balance, powerful mages tasked with maintaining harmony between the realms. At its pinnacle dwelled Azrael, the most revered and feared of all guardians, his silver hair and piercing blue eyes a testament to centuries of vigilance. On a fateful night, as auroras danced across the star-strewn sky, Azrael's apprentice Elian ascended the tower's winding staircase, his heart heavy with an inexplicable dread. The young mage's olive skin was bathed in an eerie glow emanating from the scrying pools that lined the walls, each reflecting a different corner of Eldoria. As Elian reached the summit, a bone-chilling scream shattered the silence. He burst through the ornate doors to find his master writhing on the floor, clutching a pulsating obsidian amulet. Dark tendrils of magic snaked from the artifact, enveloping Azrael's form. "Master," Elian cried, rushing forward. But Azrael's head snapped up, his once kind eyes now burning with malevolent crimson fire. "Stay back, fool," Azrael snarled, his voice distorted and guttural. With a wave of his hand, he sent Elian hurtling across the chamber, crashing into a bookshelf laden with ancient tomes. As Elian struggled to his feet, he watched in horror as Azrael's transformation continued. The guardian's skin turned ashen, veins of darkness spreading across his face like cracks in porcelain. The obsidian amulet, now fused to his chest, pulsed with an unholy rhythm. At last, Azrael growled, flexing his fingers as dark energy crackled around them. "The power of the void is mine to command. No longer will I be bound by the tedious laws of balance. I shall remake this world in my image." Elian's mind raced, recalling an ancient prophecy whispered in the hallways of the tower. When darkness consumes the light's champion, four elements united shall forge hope's sword. With a heavy heart, Elian knew what he must do. As Azrael turned his attention to the great scrying pool at the center of the chamber, Elian seized his chance. He snatched an enchanted scroll from a nearby pedestal and leapt from the tower's open balcony. As he plummeted through the night air, Elian unfurled the scroll. Ancient runes blazed to life, enveloping him in a cocoon of protective magic. He landed softly in the moonlit gardens below, the scroll crumbling to ash in his hands. Behind him, the Tower of Equilibrium shuddered. Inky tendrils of void magic erupted from its peak, spreading across the sky like a cancerous growth. Elian knew he had little time. Guided by instinct and the whispers of prophecy, Elian fled into the whispering woods that surrounded the tower. As he ran, the trees seemed to part before him, their ancient boughs creaking in sympathy. It was there, in a moonlit clearing, that he encountered Naya. The elven warrior emerged from the shadows like a spirit, her silver hair gleaming and her emerald eyes alert with suspicion. The intricate tattoos on her skin, Elian realized, were not mere decoration, but ancient elven runes of protection. "Who are you to trespass in these woods, human?" Naya demanded, her voice as melodious as it was stern. Elian straightened, meeting her gaze. "I am Elian, apprentice to Azrael, guardian of balance. Or, I was." His voice cracked as he recounted the night's terrible events. Naya's expression softened as she listened, her hand unconsciously tightening on the hilt of her curved blade. "The prophecy," she murmured. "It is as the elders foresaw. Together, Elian and Naya set out on a perilous quest to gather the four elemental essences needed to forge the weapon capable of defeating Azrael. Their journey took them to the far corners of Eldoria, each location more wondrous and treacherous than the last. They braved the inferno peaks, where rivers of lava flowed like blood through the veins of the earth. In its heart, they faced the ancient fire drake, a creature of living flame. It was Naya's quick reflexes and Elian's water magic that allowed them to quench the beast's fury and claim a shard of its crystallized heart, the essence of fire. Next, they delved into the abyssal depths of the Marinor Trench, where bioluminescent creatures illuminated an alien underwater world. Here, they encountered the Leviathan, guardian of the seas. Alion's newfound mastery of fire magic, combined with Naya's agility, allowed them to outsmart the colossal beast and retrieve a pearl of pure water essence from its lair. Their quest led them to the Skyreach Spires, where floating islands drifted among the clouds. Navigating treacherous wind currents and facing off against territorial griffin prides, they eventually reached the Tempest Sanctum. There, they proved their worth to the capricious air elementals and were gifted a vial of concentrated lightning, the essence of air. The final element awaited them in the crystal caverns deep beneath the earth. As they descended into the glittering darkness, Alion and Naya faced their greatest challenge yet. The caverns were a maze of illusions and shifting passages, designed to confuse and mislead. It was here, in the heart of the earth, that Naya's mysterious past came to light. "I was once a guardian of these caverns," she confessed as they navigated a particularly treacherous passage. "But I fled my duty, unable to bear the weight of the secrets hidden here." Before Alion could respond, the ground beneath them gave way. They tumbled into a vast chamber, its walls lined with crystals that seemed to contain entire worlds within them. At its center stood a towering golem of living crystal, its faceted eyes fixing upon the intruders. "Naya," the golem's voice resonated through the chamber. "You have returned, bringing with you the one foretold." As the golem spoke, memories flooded back to Alion, memories of a past life, of an ancient pact, and of a love that transcended time. He realized then why he had felt such an instant connection to Naya, why their magics complemented each other so perfectly. "We were guardians together," Alion breathed, turning to Naya. "In another life, another time, we swore to protect the balance, no matter the cost." Tears glistened in Naya's eyes as she nodded, her own memories returning. "And now we've been given another chance to fulfill that oath." The crystal golem, moved by their realization, bestowed upon them the final elemental essence, a perfect diamond containing the very heart of the earth. With all four essences gathered, Alion and Naya knew it was time to confront Israel. They returned to find Eldoria transformed. The once vibrant land was now a twisted reflection of its former self, corrupted by Israel's void magic. The Tower of Equilibrium, once a beacon of hope, now stood as a dark monolith, its peak wreathed in crackling void energy. As they approached, legions of shadow creatures emerged to bar their path. Alion and Naya fought as one, their magics intertwining in dazzling displays of elemental fury. Fire and water, earth and air all bent to their will as they carved a path through the horde. At the tower's peak, they found Israel, now barely recognizable as the noble guardian he once was. The obsidian amulet had grown, covering most of his torso in a carapace of living darkness. His eyes, twin pools of swirling void, fixed upon the intruders. "Oh, my wayward apprentice returns," Israel's voice boomed, dripping with malice. "And you've brought a plaything. How quaint." Alion stepped forward, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Master, this isn't you. The amulet has corrupted you. Please, let us help." Israel's laughter was like the shattering of glass. "Help? You know nothing of true power, boy. I have transcended your petty notions of balance. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." With that, Israel unleashed a maelstrom of void energy. Alion and Naya moved in perfect synchronization, combining their elemental magics to create a shield of swirling elements. As they fought, they began the intricate ritual to forge the prophesied weapon. Fire and water, earth and air, the essences swirled together, coalescing into a blade of pure light. As Alion grasped its hilt, he felt the combined power of all elements flow through him. Naya placed her hand over his, adding her strength to his. In that moment, as one, they struck. The blade of light pierced through Azrael's void-infused form, shattering the obsidian amulet. A thunderous crack resounded across Eldoria as the dark artifact broke, releasing its hold on Azrael. As the dust settled, Alion and Naya found Azrael crumpled on the floor, restored to his former self, but greatly weakened. The guardian looked up at his former apprentice with eyes full of sorrow and pride. "You have done well, Alion," Azrael whispered. "Both of you. The balance is restored, but at great cost. The mantle of guardian now passes to you." As Azrael's form faded, dissolving into motes of light that spread across the land, healing the corruption. Alion and Naya stood hand in hand. They knew their journey was far from over. As the new guardians of balance, they would face many more challenges in the years to come. But as they looked out over the healing realm of Eldoria, they knew that together they could face whatever the future might hold. For in each other, they had found not just a partner, but a completion of their very souls, a balance that would endure for ages to come. Story 3. In the twilight realm of Mystoria, where once mighty spires of crystallized magic now stood dormant and dull, young Silas hunched over his workbench in a dimly lit alcove of the Whispering Citadel. His fingers, stained with the essence of 1,000 failed experiments, trembled as he added a single drop of moonflower nectar to the bubbling concoction before him. The liquid shimmered for a moment, then faded to a dull gray, like everything else in this fading world. Silas slumped back, his emerald eyes reflecting the dying embers of hope. For centuries, magic had been the lifeblood of Mystoria, flowing through every rock, tree, and creature. But now, it was vanishing, leaving behind a colorless husk of a once vibrant realm. As an apprentice alchemist, Silas had devoted his life to finding a way to restore the fading magic, but success remained elusive. As he prepared to retire for the night, a glint caught his eye. There, hidden behind a stack of ancient tomes, was a small vial filled with swirling, opalescent liquid. With trembling hands, Silas uncorked the vial, and the scent of long-forgotten power filled his nostrils. His heart raced as he realized what he had discovered, the last remnants of pure, undiluted magic, preserved from the age when it flowed freely through the land. Without hesitation, Silas added a single drop to his failed potion. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The mixture erupted in a dazzling display of color and light, sending Silas stumbling backward. As the chaos subsided, he approached the cauldron with trepidation. Inside swirled a liquid that pulsed with life and possibility, the key to restoring magic to Mystoria. But Silas's elation was short-lived. A thunderous boom echoed through the citadel, followed by the sound of splintering wood and shattering stone. The magisters of the Order of Null, hunters dedicated to eradicating the last vestiges of magic, had arrived. Panic gripped Silas as he frantically gathered his notes in the precious vial of restored magic. He knew he couldn't let his discovery fall into the wrong hands. As he fled through the winding corridors of the citadel, the clash of steel and cries of his fellow alchemists echoed behind him. Bursting into the moonlit courtyard, Silas collided with a lithe figure cloaked in shadows. He found himself staring into the piercing amber eyes of Raven, the infamous thief known throughout Mystoria for her uncanny ability to acquire the unattainable. "Watch where you're going," Bookworm Raven hissed, then paused as she took in Silas's panicked state and the commotion inside the citadel. A sly grin spread across her face. "Looks like you could use a hand in disappearing." Before Silas could respond, Raven grabbed his arm and pulled him into the shadows. With a skill born of years evading capture, she guided them through hidden passages and over rooftops, leaving the chaos of the citadel far behind. As dawn broke, Silas found himself in a secluded glade deep within the Whispering Woods. Raven lounged against a gnarled tree, twirling a dagger between her fingers. "So, apprentice, what treasure did you steal to bring the wrath of the Null down upon you?" Silas hesitated, then decided that trust was his only option. He explained his discovery and its potential to restore magic to Mystoria. To his surprise, Raven's usual cynical demeanor softened, a flicker of wonder dancing in her eyes. "I remember the old stories," she murmured, "of a world alive with color and possibility. But to bring it back, the ingredients you'd need are guarded by forces far more dangerous than the Null." Silas straightened, a newfound determination filling him. "Then I'll find them, whatever the cost." Raven studied him for a long moment before sheathing her dagger with a flourish. "Well then, lucky for you, you've just partnered with the best thief in Mystoria." And so began their perilous quest. Their first challenge led them to the caverns of echoing sorrow, where they sought the tears of a petrified dryad. The winding tunnels amplified their deepest regrets, nearly driving them to madness before they emerged, victorious but shaken, with a vial of crystallized sorrow. Next, they scaled the treacherous peaks of the Frostfire Mountains to obtain a feather from the legendary phoenix that nested in its icy caldera. Raven's agility and Silas's knowledge of alchemical fire suppressants allowed them to approach the majestic creature and receive its blessing and a single burning feather. Their journey took them to the depths of the abyssal trench, where they parleyed with ancient leviathans to obtain a scale from the first fish, said to have swum in the primordial waters of creation. Here, Silas's diplomatic skills and Raven's quick thinking saved them from becoming a permanent part of the underwater realm. As they traveled, the unlikely pair grew closer. Silas found himself captivated by Raven's fierce independence and hidden compassion, while Raven was drawn to Silas's unwavering dedication and quiet strength. Together, they began to imagine a restored Mystoria and their place within it. Their final ingredient awaited them in the heart of the Nullins, a place where magic had been completely drained, leaving behind a gray wasteland. At its center stood the Spire of Unmaking, where the most powerful magisters of the Order of Null resided. Infiltrating the spire proved to be their greatest challenge yet. Raven's stealth and Silas's growing mastery of proto-magical formulae allowed them to ascend its twisting halls, avoiding detection. In the uppermost chamber, they found what they sought, the Codex of Void, a book said to contain the very essence of anti-magic. As Silas reached for the Codex, a voice like grinding stone filled the chamber. "So, the last alchemist and the master thief come to undo our great work." The Grand Magister of the Null materialized before them, his eyes empty pools of nothingness. What followed was a battle of wits and will. Silas used every ounce of his knowledge to counter the Magister's void-based attacks, while Raven darted in and out of the shadows, keeping their foe off balance. In a desperate gambit, Silas combined the ingredients they had gathered with his original potion, creating a surge of proto-magic that temporarily nullified the Magister's powers. In that moment of weakness, Raven snatched the Codex, and the pair fled the spire. They raced across the Nullins as the full might of the Order descended upon them. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, Silas uncorked his potion. "Together?" he asked, holding out the vial to Raven. She nodded, covering his hand with hers. Together, they drank deeply as the world exploded into light around them. Magic, long dormant, surged back into Mystoria. The gray wasteland erupted with color, long dead plants bursting into bloom. The pursuing Magisters cried out as they felt the power they had long suppressed flowing through them once more. As the chaos subsided, Silas and Raven found themselves standing in a transformed world. The Spire of Unmaking had become a beacon of swirling, prismatic energy. Mystoria was reborn, vibrant and alive with possibility, but their joy was tempered by a grim realization. As the magic flowed back into the world, ancient wards and bindings began to fail. In the distance, a mountain that had not been there before shuddered and rose, revealing itself to be a slumbering titan of immense power and unknown intention. The Grand Magister approached them, his eyes now filled with a mix of wonder and trepidation. "You've done it. You've restored what was lost. But in doing so, you may have doomed us all." Silas and Raven exchanged a look of determination. They had brought magic back to Mystoria, and whatever challenges this new age might bring, they would face them together. For in their journey, they had discovered a magic greater than any potion or spell, the power of trust, friendship, and love. As the newly awakened Titan took its first thunderous steps towards the reborn world, Silas squeezed Raven's hand. "Ready for another adventure?" Raven's answering smile was both fierce and fond. "Always, my alchemist. Always." And so, a new chapter in the history of Mystoria began, filled with wonder, danger, and the promise of a future limited only by imagination and the courage to pursue it. Story 4. High above the clouds, where the air shimmers with magic and the sky stretches endlessly in all directions, floats the majestic city of Eldoria. Its gleaming spires and elegant bridges seem to dance on the wind, defying gravity itself. For centuries, this marvel of alchemy and engineering has been home to the most brilliant minds in the realm, its streets bustling with scholars, inventors, and dreamers from all corners of the world below. At the heart of Eldoria stands the imposing Tower of Elixirs, where master alchemists work tirelessly to maintain the city's miraculous levitation. It is here that we find Lyra, a young apprentice with fiery red hair and eyes that sparkle with curiosity. As she hurries through the tower's winding corridors, her arms laden with vials of shimmering liquids, Lyra can't help but feel a sense of pride in her chosen path. For as long as she can remember, she has dreamed of joining the ranks of the master alchemists, guardians of Elthoria's most precious secret, the essence of ascension. But on this fateful day, as Lyra reaches the top of the tower, she stumbles upon a sight that sends a chill down her spine. Master Vorin, her mentor and the most respected alchemist in the city, stands before the great levitation engine, his face contorted with frustration. The massive contraption, normally humming with energy, sputters and wheezes like a dying beast. "It's not working," Vorin mutters, his voice barely audible over the engine's labored groans. "The potions are losing their potency. We're running out of time." Lyra's heart races as the implications of his words sink in. Without the levitation engine and its magical elixirs, Eldoria would plummet from the sky, taking thousands of lives with it. She watches in horror as Vorin furiously adjusts dials and mixes new concoctions, but nothing seems to stabilize the faltering machine. In that moment, Lyra makes a decision that will change her life forever. She steps forward, clearing her throat. "Master Vorin," she says, her voice trembling slightly, "I think I know what's wrong." The older alchemist turns, his eyes narrowing. "You? What could you possibly know that I don't, girl?" Swallowing her fear, Lyra explains her theory. She has noticed a gradual change in the color and consistency of the levitation potions over the past few months. According to her research, this could only mean one thing: the sky blossom, the rare flower that forms the base of the essence of ascension, is losing its potency. Vorin's face pales as he realizes the truth in Lyra's words. "But that's impossible," he whispers. "The sky blossoms grow only on the peaks of eternal clouds, far beyond our reach. We haven't harvested new ones in over a century." Lyra finishes for him. The stockpile must be nearly depleted. For a moment, silence hangs heavy in the air. Then, Vorin's expression hardens. "We must inform the council immediately. They'll send an expedition to harvest more sky blossoms. It's our only hope." But as they rush towards the council chambers, Lyra can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. She has always admired Master Vorin, but lately she has sensed a change in him. A darkness in his eyes, a tension in his voice. Her suspicions are confirmed when, instead of heading to the council, Vorin leads her to a secluded balcony overlooking the city. "You're clever, Lyra," he says, his voice cold. "Too clever for your own good. Did you really think I wouldn't notice your snooping?" Before Lyra can react, Vorin produces a small vial filled with swirling black liquid. "I've worked too hard for too long to let some upstart apprentice ruin everything now." With a flick of his wrist, he hurls the vial at Lyra's feet. It shatters, releasing a cloud of noxious smoke that engulfs her. She feels her limbs grow heavy, her vision blurring. As she slips into unconsciousness, she hears Vorin's voice, as if from a great distance. "Sleep well, little alchemist. When you wake, Eldoria will be mine, and you'll be nothing but a distant memory." Lyra awakens to the sensation of falling. Wind whips around her as she plummets through the clouds, the ground rushing up to meet her. Just as she's certain her life is about to end, something catches her, or rather, someone. "Hold on tight," a voice shouts over the roaring wind. Lyra finds herself clinging to the back of a young man, his wild black hair streaming behind him as he manipulates what appears to be a pair of mechanical wings strapped to his back. With a series of deft maneuvers, her rescuer guides them to a small floating island, one of many that dot the sky beneath Eldoria. As they touch down, Lyra collapses onto the soft grass, her heart pounding. "That was a close one," the young man says, grinning as he helps her to her feet. "I'm Zephyr, and you must be the alchemist's apprentice everyone's looking for." Lyra stares at him in confusion. "Looking for me? Why?" Zephyr's expression grows serious. "Because Master Vorin has declared you a traitor to Eldoria. He claims you sabotaged the levitation engine and fled the city. There's a bounty on your head, As the full weight of Voron's betrayal sinks in, Lyra feels a mixture of anger and determination rising within her. She explains everything to Zephyr: the failing potions, the depleted sky blossoms, and Voron's treachery. "We have to stop him," she concludes. "But how? He controls the city now, and I'm a wanted criminal." Zephyr's eyes light up with a mischievous glint. "Well, it just so happens that stopping powerful madmen and saving floating cities is something of a specialty of mine. Or at least, it will be after we pull this off over the next few days." As they island hop their way towards the distant peaks of eternal clouds, Lyra learns that Zephyr is a self-proclaimed wind thief and acrobat and inventor who uses his mechanical wings to explore the skies and occasionally liberate valuable items from less than scrupulous owners. Despite his roguish exterior, Lyra finds herself warming to Zephyr's quick wit and unwavering optimism. Together, they face numerous perils: storms that threaten to tear them from the sky, rival sky pirates seeking the bounty on Lyra's head, and treacherous floating reefs that could shred Zephyr's wings in an instant. Through it all, Lyra's mind races, trying to unravel the mystery of Voron's plan. Why would he want to bring down Eldoria? What could he possibly gain from the city's destruction? As they near the peaks of eternal clouds, the answer begins to take shape. Ancient legends speak of a powerful artifact hidden within the mountains, the crown of the Sky Sovereign. Whoever wears it is said to have dominion over all the floating realms. That must be Voron's true goal, Lyra realizes. He's not trying to destroy Eldoria. He wants to rule it and every other sky city in existence. Their journey culminates in a perilous climb up the sheer face of the highest peak. As they near the summit, where the precious sky blossoms grow, they find themselves ambushed by Voron himself, accompanied by a contingent of guards loyal to him. "I must admit, I'm impressed you made it this far," Voron sneers, his eyes gleaming with malice. "But your little adventure ends here. The sky blossoms and the crown will be mine. What follows is a desperate battle among the clouds." Lyra uses her alchemical knowledge to create makeshift potions from the plants around them, while Zephyr's acrobatic skills and wind-manipulating technology keep them one step ahead of Voron's guards. The turning point comes when Lyra, drawing upon everything she's learned about the essence of ascension, realizes that the sky blossoms aren't just the key to Elthoria's levitation, they're also the source of the crown's power. In a daring move, she concocts a potion that temporarily nullifies the flower's magical properties. As Voron reaches for the crown, confident in his imminent victory, he finds himself suddenly plummeting towards the ground below. Zephyr swoops in, catching the shocked alchemist before he falls to his doom. With Voron subdued and the truth of his schemes revealed, Lyra and Zephyr gather the sky blossoms they need to save Eldoria. The return journey is a triumphant one. Word of their heroics spreads quickly, and they are greeted as saviors upon reaching the floating city. The council, grateful for Lyra's bravery and ingenuity, offers her the position of Master Alchemist, the youngest in Elthoria's history. As she stands before the restored levitation engine, watching it hum with renewed energy, Lyra feels a sense of pride and purpose she's never known before. But there's something else, too, a longing for adventure that she never realized she possessed. She turns to find Zephyr lounging nearby, a knowing smile on his face. "So, Master Alchemist," he says, "now that you've saved one floating city, how do you feel about exploring a few more? I hear the sunset over the crystal spires of Zephyria is quite spectacular." Lyra grins, her heart soaring at the prospect of new horizons. "I thought you'd never ask," she replies, taking his hand. And so, as Eldoria floats serenely in the endless sky, two figures can be seen leaping from its edge, their laughter carried on the wind as they set off towards new adventures in the vast, magical world that awaits them. Story 5. In the resplendent kingdom of Lumina, where the very air shimmered with magic and the sun's rays danced upon gilded spires, a curse as dark as midnight fell upon the royal family. Prince Aldrich, heir to the radiant throne, stood frozen in the palace courtyard, his outstretched hand reaching for a future now beyond his grasp. His skin, once warm and vibrant, had turned to cold, unyielding stone. The kingdom held its breath as dawn broke, hoping against hope that the curse was but a fleeting nightmare. But as the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows across the land, the horrible truth became undeniable. Their beloved prince, the beacon of Lumina's future, was trapped within a prison of his own flesh. In the chaos that followed, few noticed the satisfied smirk that played across the lips of Lord Malachar, the king's trusted advisor and Aldric's uncle. Fewer still saw the dark gleam in his eyes as he comforted the distraught king, whispering poison-sweet words of consolation and counsel. As twilight descended upon the kingdom, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, a miracle occurred. The statue that was Prince Aldric began to crack and crumble, revealing flesh and blood beneath. With a gasp, he stumbled forward, alive once more. But for how long? A cruel jest of fate, Malachar declared to the astounded court. Our prince, cursed to be stoned by day, man by night. Surely he cannot rule in such a state. For the good of the kingdom, I shall serve as regent until a cure can be found. But Aldric, though shaken, was not so easily cowed. In the precious hours of darkness granted to him, he began to unravel the threads of the curse that bound him. His search led him to whispered legends of Alaun, a druid whose magic was said to defy the very laws of nature. Under cover of night, Aldric slipped away from the palace, his heart heavy with the weight of his kingdom's fate. He journeyed deep into the whispering woods, where ancient trees stood sentinel, and the very air thrummed with old magic. It was there, in a clearing bathed in ethereal moonlight, that he found her. Alaun, the renegade druid, her wild hair adorned with leaves and her eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. She regarded the cursed prince with a mixture of curiosity and caution. I know why you've come, Prince of Stone, she said, her voice like the rustling of leaves. But be warned, the path to breaking your curse is fraught with peril. Are you prepared to face truths that may shatter more than just your stony prison? Aldric straightened, his resolve clear in his piercing blue eyes. I am prepared for anything, if it means saving my kingdom from those who would use my curse for their own gain. A smile, both knowing and sad, played across Alaun's lips. Very well. To break the curse, we must reunite the fragments of the Mirror of Destiny, an ancient artifact of immense power, shattered long ago to protect the realm from those who would abuse its magic, and so began a quest that would test the very limits of Aldric's courage and conviction. With Alaun by his side, he raced against the rising sun each night, searching for the scattered shards of the mirror. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of Lumina and beyond. They braved the scorching sands of the Crimson Desert, where fire elementals danced on the dunes and mirages whispered of oases just out of reach. In the heart of the desert, they faced the Sphinx of eternal riddles, whose questions could drive a man to madness. Aldric, drawing upon the wisdom imparted by his royal tutors, and Alaun, with her deep connection to nature's secrets, worked together to unravel the Sphinx's enigmas. As the last riddle fell, the great beast bowed its head, revealing a shard of the mirror hidden within its headdress. Their quest led them next to the Frost Pine Mountains, where icy winds howled through jagged peaks and avalanches lurked around every corner. Here, they encountered the reclusive frost giants, keepers of ancient lore and guardians of another mirror fragment. Alaun's druidic magic proved invaluable, allowing them to communicate with the spirits of the mountain. Through diplomacy and shows of respect for the old ways, they earned the giants' trust and the precious shard they protected. But time was not on their side. With each passing day, Lord Malachar's grip on the kingdom tightened. Taxes rose, dissenters disappeared, and a pall of fear settled over once joyous Lumina. Aldric's heart ached for his people, spurring him to press on despite the toll the curse took on his body and spirit. As they searched for the final shard, Aldric and Alaun's bond deepened. He found himself drawn to her wild spirit and unwavering dedication to the balance of nature. She, in turn, saw beyond his royal title to the compassionate heart that beat within. Their growing closeness did not go unnoticed. Lord Malachar, through dark arts and darker alliances, had been tracking their progress. As Aldric and Alaun neared their goal, the usurper set in motion a plan to crush their hopes once and for all. The final fragment, they discovered, lay hidden in the very heart of Lumina's capital beneath the palace itself. Returning to the city under cover of darkness, Aldrich and Alaun infiltrated the sprawling underground catacombs that honeycombed the earth beneath the streets. It was there, in those twisting passages steeped in shadows and secrets, that they made a chilling discovery. The walls were lined with ancient murals depicting a terrible truth. The curse that afflicted Aldrich was no random act of malice, but a carefully orchestrated plot centuries in the making. The murals told of a pact made long ago between Aldrich's ancestors and dark forces beyond mortal comprehension. In exchange for power and prosperity, the royal line of Lumina had agreed to sacrifice one of their own every 10 generations. Aldrich, unknowingly, was to be that sacrifice. As the horrible realization dawned on him, Aldrich heard slow, mocking applause echoing through the chamber. Lord Malachar stepped from the shadows, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. "Well done, nephew," he sneered. "You've unraveled our family's greatest secret. Pity you won't live long enough to do anything about it." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Malachar, empowered by dark magics, unleashed a torrent of shadowy energy. Aldrich, armed with the knowledge of his true heritage and the strength born of his trials, stood firm against the onslaught. Alaun, her druidic powers amplified by the ancient magics that permeated the catacombs, called upon roots and vines to entangle Malachar. The usurper roared in fury, lashing out with tendrils of pure darkness that threatened to snuff out the very life around him. In the midst of the chaos, Aldrich spotted the final shard of the Mirror of Destiny, gleaming faintly in an alcove. With a desperate lunge, he seized it, feeling a surge of power course through him as the fragments yearned to be reunited. Time seemed too slow as Aldrich raised the completed mirror high, its surface reflecting the light of 1,000 possible futures. In that moment of crystal clarity, he saw the choice before him. He could use the mirror's power to break his own curse, or he could sacrifice his chance at freedom to banish the darkness that threatened his kingdom. Without hesitation, Aldrich turned the mirror's gaze upon Malachar. A beam of pure, radiant energy erupted from its surface, enveloping the shocked usurper. Malachar's screams echoed through the catacombs as the dark magic that sustained him was purged, leaving him a withered husk of his former self. As the last echoes faded, Aldrich felt the weight of centuries lift from his shoulders. Though the curse of stone still gripped him, he knew in his heart that he had chosen rightly. Lumina would be safe, free from the dark pact that had shadowed it for so long. Alaun approached, her eyes shining with a mixture of pride and sorrow. "You've saved your kingdom, my prince," she said softly. "But at what cost to yourself?" Aldrich smiled, taking her hand in his. "A price I would gladly pay 1,000 times over. And who knows? Perhaps there are other ways to break a curse than relying on ancient artifacts." As they emerged from the catacombs, the first light of dawn was breaking over Lumina. Aldrich felt the familiar stiffening of his limbs as stone began to creep over his flesh once more. But this time, the transformation held no fear for him, for he knew that with Alaun by his side and the love of his people to sustain him, he would find a way to rule justly and well, be it by day or by night. And in time, the legend of Aldrich, the Stone Prince of Lumina, would become a tale of hope and sacrifice, whispered reverently from the highest spires to the humblest village hearths. As the sun climbed higher, bathing the kingdom in its golden light, a new era dawned for Lumina, one of truth, justice, and the unbreakable bonds of love and loyalty that can overcome even the darkest of curses. Story 6. In the shimmering metropolis of Nova Theros, where gleaming spires of crystal and steel pierced the heavens, and streets pulsed with the energy of 1,000 alchemical marvels, an insidious darkness was taking root. The air, once sweet with the scent of magical elixirs and exotic herbs, now carried a hint of decay, a whisper of the nightmare that was about to unfold. Kira, a young apprentice of the illustrious guild of apothecaries, sensed the change before anyone else. Her keen nose, honed by years of grinding herbs and distilling essences, detected the subtle shift in the city's aroma. As she hurried through the winding streets, her satchel heavy with vials and tinctures, she couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. The first signs of the plague appeared in the lower quarters of the city. Citizens awoke to find their skin mottled with strange, iridescent patches. By nightfall, the affected were no longer human. They had become twisted creatures of nightmare, their bodies warped by dark magic into grotesque parodies of their former selves. Panic gripped Nova Theros as the plague spread like wildfire. The Guild of Apothecaries worked tirelessly, their laboratories blazing with arcane light as they sought a cure. But for all their knowledge and power, they were helpless against this magical malady. Kira, driven by a mixture of desperation and determination, delved deep into the Guild's forbidden archives. There, in a tome so ancient its pages crumbled at her touch, she found a glimmer of hope. The cure, it seemed, lay in the venom of a legendary creature, the basilisk of the Shadow Realm. Armed with this knowledge, Kira prepared to embark on a perilous journey. But as she snuck out of the Guild's towering headquarters, a hand grasped her shoulder. She whirled, ready to defend herself, only to find herself face to face with Roran, a fallen paladin whose disgrace was whispered about in every tavern in Nova Theros. "Where do you think you're going, little alchemist?" Roran's voice was gruff, but his eyes held a glimmer of the noble warrior he once was. Kira stood her ground, chin raised defiantly. "To save our city, since no one else seems capable." A moment of silence passed between them, heavy with unspoken words and shared fears. Then, to Kira's surprise, Roran's stern expression softened. "Not alone, you're not. I've been seeking a path to redemption. Perhaps this is it." And so, an unlikely alliance was forged. Kira, the brilliant but untested apprentice, and Roran, the disgraced paladin seeking to reclaim his honor. Together, they slipped out of Nova Theros under cover of night, the city's anguished cries fading behind them as they ventured into the unknown. Their journey took them through lands warped by wild magic, forests where trees whispered ancient secrets, their branches reaching out to snare unwary travelers. Deserts of shifting, multicolored sands that sang mournful melodies on the wind. And always, at the edges of their vision, flitting shadows that hinted at horrors beyond mortal comprehension. As they traveled, Kira and Roran's initial mistrust gradually gave way to mutual respect and even friendship. Kira marveled at Roran's unwavering courage in the face of danger, while he came to admire her quick wit and encyclopedic knowledge of herbs and potions. Their skills were put to the test when they reached the Mistweave Mountains, a treacherous range shrouded in perpetual fog. Here, reality itself seemed to bend and warp, with paths that led in circles and chasms that appeared and disappeared at random. It was Kira's alchemical expertise that saw them through. Using a concoction of rare fungi and dewdrops collected from moonflowers, she created a potion that allowed them to perceive the true nature of their surroundings. With Roran's strength and combat prowess protecting them from the mountain's many dangers, they finally reached the portal to the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm defied description. It was a place of perpetual twilight, where the laws of nature held no sway. Grotesque creatures lurked in every shadow, their forms constantly shifting and changing. The very air seemed alive, thick with malevolent energy that threatened to snuff out the light of their souls. It was here, in this realm of nightmare, that Kira and Roran faced their greatest challenge. The basilisk's lair lay at the heart of a vast labyrinth, its walls formed from the solidified fears of countless victims. Each step brought them face to face with their deepest terrors and regrets. Kira relived the moment she failed her first alchemy test, the shame and disappointment threatening to overwhelm her. Roran was forced to confront the betrayal that led to his fall from grace, the faces of those he let down haunting his every step. But with each trial, they grew stronger. Kira's unwavering belief in the power of knowledge and healing gave Roran the strength to face his past. In turn, his steadfast courage inspired Kira to push beyond her limits. At last, they reached the basilisk's chamber. The creature was magnificent and terrifying, in equal measure a serpent of impossible size, its scales shimmering with every color imaginable, and some that defied description. Its gaze, legend said, could turn flesh to stone in an instant. What followed was a battle of wits, as much as strength. Roran, calling upon every ounce of his paladin training, engaged the basilisk in combat, his enchanted sword flashing in the gloom. Kira, meanwhile, darted about the chamber, gathering the ingredients she needed for a potion of her own devising. As Roran began to falter, his strength waning against the basilisk's onslaught, Kira made her move. With a cry of triumph, she hurled her hastily concocted potion at the creature's eyes. The liquid ignited on contact, creating a dazzling flash that momentarily blinded the basilisk. In that crucial moment, Roran struck. His blade found its mark, piercing the basilisk's heart. As the creature thrashed in its death throes, Kira rushed forward with a specially prepared vial, capturing the precious venom that would save Nova Theros. Their mission accomplished, Kira and Roran raced back through the Shadow Realm, the very fabric of that twisted place seeming to unravel around them. They emerged into the light of their own world, battered and exhausted, but victorious. Returning to Nova Theros, they found a city on the brink of collapse. The plague had spread further, turning entire districts into nightmarish landscapes populated by creatures that were once human. The Guild of Apothecaries, their ranks decimated by the disease, had all but given up hope. Kira wasted no time. With Roran standing guard, she worked tirelessly in the Guild's central laboratory, combining the basilisk venom with her own alchemical knowledge to create a cure. As dawn broke on the 7th day of her labors, she emerged, holding a vial of softly glowing liquid. The cure was distributed throughout the city, its magic spreading like ripples in a pond. Slowly but surely, the afflicted began to transform back into their human selves. Streets that had echoed with inhuman howls now rang with cries of joy and relief. As Nova Theros celebrated its salvation, Kira and Roran stood atop the highest tower of the guild, watching the sunrise paint the city in hues of gold and rose. They had faced unimaginable horrors and emerged stronger for it. More importantly, they had learned that true heroism often comes from the most unexpected places. Kira, once an overlooked apprentice, was hailed as a savior and offered the position of guildmaster. Roran, his honor restored through his selfless actions, was reinstated as a paladin, tasked with protecting the city from future magical threats. But as they looked out over the city they had saved, both knew that their greatest adventures were yet to come. For in their journey through shadow and nightmare, they had glimpsed wonders and terrors beyond imagination. And somewhere out there, in the vast magical world that awaited them, new challenges and new marvels called their names. With a shared smile of understanding, Kira and Roran clasped hands, ready to face whatever destiny had in store for them. But they had learned that in the darkest of times, it is not power or prestige that saves us, but the unwavering light of courage, friendship, and the determination to do what is right, no matter the cost. And so, as Nova Theros awakened to a new day, free from the shadow of plague, a new legend was born, one that would be whispered in awe for generations to come. The tale of the apprentice and the paladin who ventured into darkness and returned with the light of hope, forever changing the fate of their world. Story 7. High above the clouds, where the air shimmered with magic and the sky stretched endlessly in all directions, floated the majestic city of Eldoria. Its crystalline spires and gossamer bridges gleamed in the eternal sunlight, a beacon of hope and wonder in a world torn by strife. For centuries, Eldoria had remained untouched by the ravages of time, its inhabitants blessed with longevity beyond mortal comprehension, all thanks to the fabled elixir of immortality. In the heart of this aerial paradise, young Lyra stood before a towering alchemical apparatus, her emerald eyes fixed intently on the swirling golden liquid within. As an apprentice to the grand alchemist, she had spent years studying the intricate art of potion making, but never before had she been entrusted with such a crucial task. Careful now, Lyra. The wizened voice of Master Thorn echoed through the chamber. The elixir is the lifeblood of our city. One misstep, and his words were cut short by a sudden tremor that shook the very foundations of Eldoria. Vials clinked ominously, and the golden liquid in the apparatus began to churn violently. Lyra's heart raced as she struggled to maintain her focus, her slender hands dancing over the controls with practiced precision. As quickly as it had begun, the tremor subsided, but the damage was done. The once radiant elixir had turned a sickly gray, its vibrant glow dimming with each passing moment. "No," Master Thorn whispered, his face ashen. "It cannot be." Lyra turned to her mentor, fear etched across her delicate features. "What's happening, Master?" The old alchemist's eyes met hers, filled with a mix of dread and resignation. The elixir, his failing child, and with it, the very magic that keeps Eldoria aloft. In the days that followed, panic gripped the floating city. The Council of Elders convened in emergency sessions, their voices carrying through the streets as they debated furiously. Lyra watched from the shadows of the grand alchemical tower, her mind racing with possibilities. It was during one such vigil that she overheard a conversation that would change the course of her life forever. The ingredients, a hooded figure whispered urgently. They're running out. Without them, the elixir cannot be replenished. Then we are doomed, came the reply, tinged with despair. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest. She knew what she had to do. That night, under the cover of darkness, she slipped away from the tower, a satchel of supplies slung over her shoulder, and an ancient tome of alchemical lore tucked safely within. As she reached the edge of the city, where the mists of the lower realms swirled enticingly, a voice called out from behind her. "And where do you think you're going, little alchemist?" Lyra whirled around, coming face to face with a young man cloaked in shadows. His piercing blue eyes sparkled with mischief, and a cocky grin played across his lips. "Zephyr," she breathed, recognizing the infamous sky pirate. I'm leaving. Eldoria needs the ingredients for the elixir, and I'm going to find them." To her surprise, Zephyr's grin only widened. "Well then, it seems we have a common goal. I've got a ship and the skills to navigate the ethereal realms. You've got the knowledge to find what we need. What do you say we join forces?" Lyra hesitated for only a moment before nodding firmly. "We have a deal," and so began their perilous journey through the ethereal realms. They soared through clouds of living lightning, negotiated with capricious wind spirits, and braved the treacherous void storms that threatened to tear their ship apart. In the crystalline forests of Lumina, they sought the tears of the moon, ethereal droplets that fell from the celestial bodies above. Lyra's keen alchemical knowledge guided them to a hidden grove where the tears pooled in iridescent puddles. As Zephyr kept watch, Lyra carefully collected the precious liquid. But their victory was short-lived, as the forest itself came alive around them, branches reaching out like grasping fingers. "Run," Zephyr shouted, drawing his Skyfire pistol and unleashing a barrage of glowing projectiles that lit up the twilight forest. They barely escaped with their lives, the vial of tears clutched tightly in Lyra's grip. Their next destination was the abyssal caverns of Nox, a realm of perpetual darkness, where shadow and substance blurred into one. Here, they sought the heart of darkness, a crystal said to contain the very essence of night itself. As they delved deeper into the caverns, Lyra began to notice a change in Zephyr. The cocky grin was replaced by a look of grim determination, and his eyes darted nervously into the shadows. "What troubles you?" she asked as they paused to rest. Zephyr sighed, running a hand through his tousled hair. "This place, it reminds me of my past, the things I've done, the people I've hurt. I was a different person then, Lyra, a thief, a scoundrel. I'm not proud of it." Lyra placed a comforting hand on his arm. "The past is behind us, Zephyr. What matters is who you choose to be now." Their eyes met, and for a moment, the darkness around them seemed to recede. The tender moment was shattered by a bone-chilling roar that echoed through the caverns. From the depths emerged a colossal beast of living shadow, its red eyes fixed hungrily upon them. "The guardian of the heart," Lyra gasped. What followed was a desperate battle against a creature that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. Zephyr's Skyfire proved ineffective against the beast's insubstantial form, while Lyra's alchemical concoctions merely passed through it. It was only when Lyra noticed the creature's aversion to the light from Zephyr's weapon that inspiration struck. Quickly mixing ingredients from her satchel, she created a blinding flash that momentarily solidified the guardian. In that instant, Zephyr struck, his blade finding purchase in the creature's newly substantial form. With a final, earth-shaking roar, the guardian of the heart dissolved into mist, leaving behind a pulsing black crystal. As Lyra reached for the heart of darkness, a sinister laugh echoed through the cavern. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in swirling darkness, the dreaded Lord of Shadows himself. "I must thank you, little alchemist," he sneered, his voice like ice. "You've done all the hard work for me. Now, hand over the ingredients, and I might let you live." Zephyr stepped protectively in front of Lyra, his blade raised. "Not a chance, you shadowy bastard." What ensued was a battle of epic proportions, with Lyra and Zephyr fighting side by side against the Lord of Shadows and his army of wraiths. The caverns shook with the force of their conflict, stalactites crashing down around them as magic and skyfire lit up the darkness. In the heat of battle, Lyra realized the true power of the ingredients they had gathered. Combining the tears of the moon with the heart of darkness in a hastily prepared concoction, she created a potion of pure, radiant energy. "Zephyr, catch," she cried, tossing the vial to her companion. Understanding dawned in Zephyr's eyes as he caught the glowing mixture. With a mighty throw, he hurled it directly at the Lord of Shadows. The resulting explosion of light was blinding, searing away the darkness and sending the Lord of Shadows howling back into the void from whence he came. As the dust settled and their eyes adjusted to the dim cavern once more, Lyra and Zephyr found themselves alone, battered but victorious. "We did it," Lyra breathed, scarcely believing their triumph. Zephyr's response was to pull her into a fierce embrace, his lips meeting hers in a kiss that spoke volumes of unspoken feelings and shared adventures. Their return to Eldoria was met with jubilation and wonder. The ingredients they had gathered, combined with Lyra's newfound alchemical insights, not only restored the elixir of immortality, but enhanced its potency beyond all expectations. As the rejuvenated golden liquid flowed through the veins of the floating city, Lyra and Zephyr stood hand in hand atop the highest spire, watching the sun rise on a new era for Eldoria. "What now?" Zephyr asked, a hint of his old mischief returning to his voice. Lyra smiled, her eyes shining with the light of new possibilities. "Now, my love, we have all of eternity to explore." And so, as Eldoria sailed majestically through the endless skies, its future secured by the courage and ingenuity of an unlikely pair of heroes. A new legend was born, one that would be told and retold for countless generations to come. For in the end, they had discovered that true immortality lay not in any elixir, but in the bonds forged through adversity, the sacrifices made for the greater good, and the love that had blossomed in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. And high above the clouds, in a city that gleamed like a jewel in the heavens, Lyra and Zephyr's adventure was only just beginning. Story 8. In the heart of the mystical realm of Eldoria, where reality and dreams intertwined like gossamer threads, lay the once peaceful Vale of Visions. For centuries, this lush valley had been a sanctuary of tranquility, its emerald meadows and crystalline streams a haven for those seeking respite from the chaos of the waking world. But now, as the first rays of dawn pierced the perpetual twilight, an eerie silence hung over the land, broken only by the occasional distant scream of terror. Alone, a young dream weaver with hair the color of spun moonlight stood atop the whispering cliffs, her violet eyes scanning the mist-shrouded valley below. Where once the air had shimmered with the gentle hum of dreams, now dark tendrils of nightmare writhed and twisted, their malevolent presence a stark contrast to the ethereal beauty of the veil. "They're getting stronger," she murmured, her delicate fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air, weaving a tapestry of protective magic around herself. As if in response to her words, a chilling howl echoed across the valley, causing the very ground beneath her feet to tremble. From the swirling mists emerged a creature of pure nightmare, a chimera of shadow and fear, its multiple heads snapping and snarling as it lumbered towards the cliffs. Ilawan's heart raced, but she stood her ground, drawing upon the ancient knowledge passed down through generations of dream weavers. With a series of fluid gestures, she began to manipulate the nightmare, her magic seeking to unravel its chaotic form. Just as the creature was about to reach her, a brilliant flash of silver light erupted from the forest below. The nightmare let out a bone-chilling shriek before dissolving into wisps of dark smoke. Moments later, a figure emerged from the tree line, a man clad in armor that seemed to be forged from starlight itself. His face was hidden behind a helm adorned with intricate runes, but Ilawan could feel the weight of his gaze upon her. "You should not be here, Dreamweaver." The stranger's voice resonated with power and weariness in equal measure. The veil is no longer safe. Alawan straightened, meeting the newcomer's gaze with a mixture of defiance and curiosity. And who are you to decide where I should or should not be, stranger? The man removed his helm, revealing a face etched with scars and eyes that held the depth of countless battles. I am Silas, huntsman of the Twilight Court and guardian of the boundary between waking and dreaming. And you, young one, are meddling with forces beyond your comprehension. As Silas spoke, the air around them seemed to ripple, and Alawan gasped as she saw glimpses of other realities, worlds where nightmares ruled and dreams were but fading memories. What's happening to the veil? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Silas's expression darkened. The veil between the realm of dreams and our world is tearing. Nightmares, no longer confined to the minds of sleepers, have found their way into reality. If we don't find a way to seal the breach, both worlds will be consumed by chaos. Alawan's mind raced with the implications of his words. All her life, she had been taught that dreams were sacred, a bridge between the mundane and the divine. The thought of that connection being corrupted filled her with dread. There must be something we can do, she insisted, her hands unconsciously weaving patterns of hope and determination in the air around her. Silas watched her with a mixture of admiration and concern. Your skills as a dream weaver may be our only hope, but the path ahead is fraught with danger. Are you willing to risk everything to save the veil? Without hesitation, Alawan nodded. This is my home, my legacy. I will do whatever it takes. And so began their perilous journey into the heart of the nightmare-infested vale. As they traversed the once familiar landscape, now twisted into a grotesque parody of itself, Alawan and Silas formed an unlikely alliance. The seasoned nightmare hunter's combat prowess complemented the dreamweaver's ability to manipulate the very fabric of reality around them. They battled through hordes of shadow creatures, each more terrifying than the last. In the glade of whispers, they faced a banshee whose wails threatened to shatter their very souls. Alawan's quick thinking saved them, as she wove a tapestry of joyous memories that muffled the creature's cries long enough for Silas to banish it back to the realm of nightmares. As they delved deeper into the veil, Alawan began to notice something strange about the nightmares they encountered. Unlike the chaotic, formless entities she had expected, these creatures seemed to possess a sort of twisted logic, as if they were fragments of a greater whole. Silas, she called out as they paused to catch their breath after a particularly harrowing encounter. These nightmares. They're not random, are they? The huntsman's eyes narrowed. You're more perceptive than I gave you credit for, Dreamweaver. No, they're not random. They're memories corrupted and twisted, but memories nonetheless. But whose memories could be powerful enough to manifest like this? Alawan wondered aloud. Before Silas could respond, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. The very air seemed to tear apart, revealing a swirling vortex of cosmic energy. From within this maelstrom, a voice boomed, ancient, powerful, and filled with an unfathomable sadness. Who dares disturb my slumber? Alawan and Silas exchanged a look of shock and realization. The nightmares weren't just memories, they were the fragmented dreams of a slumbering god. As the vortex expanded, threatening to engulf them, Alawan made a split-second decision. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward, her hands weaving the most complex dreamscape she had ever attempted. Great One, she called out, her voice steady despite her racing heart. We come not to disturb, but to understand. Show us your true self, and perhaps together, we can mend what has been broken. For a moment, all was silent. Then, with a sound like the shattering of 1,000 mirrors, the vortex collapsed in on itself, revealing a being of such majesty and sorrow that Alawan felt her knees go weak. Before them stood Morpheus, the god of dreams, his form constantly shifting between that of a regal king, a mischievous child, and a wizened sage. But through each transformation, his eyes remained the same pools of infinite depth, filled with the collective dreams and nightmares of all creation. For eons, I have slumbered, Morpheus intoned, his voice resonating through their very beings. But my rest was not peaceful. The hopes and fears of mortals seeped into my consciousness, fracturing my mind and allowing the darkest of nightmares to escape into your world. Silas stepped forward, his weapon lowered but ready. Great Morpheus, How can we seal the breach and restore balance to the veil? The god's gaze fell upon Alaun, and she felt as though her very soul was being laid bare. The power lies within the dream weaver. She possesses the ability to mend the tapestry of reality, to weave together what has been torn asunder. Alaun's eyes widened as she realized the magnitude of the task before her. But I'm just an apprentice. How can I possibly you underestimate yourself, young one? Morpheus interrupted, a hint of warmth in his ageless voice. The power of dreams flows through you. Trust in your abilities, and you can reshape reality itself. With trembling hands but unwavering resolve, Alaun began to weave. She drew upon every lesson, every story, every dream she had ever encountered. Strands of light flowed from her fingertips, intertwining with the very fabric of the veil. As she worked, Silas stood guard, fending off the last desperate assaults of the nightmares that sought to maintain their hold on reality. Morpheus himself lent his power to Alaun's efforts, his presence a stabilizing force in the chaotic maelstrom of dreams and nightmares. Hours passed like seconds, and seconds stretched into eternity. Alaun wove dreams of hope and courage, of love and sacrifice. She mended the tears in reality with threads of compassion and understanding. And slowly, ever so slowly, the veil began to heal. As the last strand fell into place, a wave of pure, radiant energy washed over the land. The twisted landscapes reformed, once again becoming the serene vistas of legend. The nightmares, no longer fueled by fear and confusion, dissolved into gentle mists. Alaun collapsed, exhausted but triumphant. Silas caught her, a look of awe and respect on his battle-worn face. Morpheus stood before them, his form now stable, a being of pure light and infinite possibility. You have done what I could not, young Dreamweaver. You have brought balance to the realm of dreams and restored hope to the waking world. With a gesture, the god created a shimmering portal. It is time for me to return to my slumber, but know that I do so now with peace in my heart. The veil of visions is under your protection now, Alaun and Silas. Guard it well, for dreams are the seeds from which reality grows. As Morpheus faded from view, Alaun and Silas stood atop the whispering cliffs once more, watching as the veil of visions blossomed with new life and possibility. What now? Alaun asked, her voice filled with wonder at the power she had discovered within herself. Silas smiled, a rare sight that transformed his rugged features. Now, Dreamweaver, we ensure that the boundary between dreams and reality remains strong, and that the nightmares of the past never again threaten the peace of the veil. And so, as the sun rose on a new era for the Veil of Visions, Alaun and Silas began their vigilant watch, guardians of the delicate balance between dreams and waking, between hope and fear, between the magic of imagination and the solidity of reality. For in the end, they had learned that the greatest power lay not in weapons or spells, but in the ability to weave together the disparate threads of existence into a tapestry of harmony and understanding. And in that knowledge, they found a purpose greater than any they could have imagined as stewards of the dreams that shaped the world.